Hello, hello, everybody. Okay. It's been a minute, but it's time to get back into it. What's up, NDR? How's it going? Yeah, so with the help of my friend, I have made some adjustments to some POB stuff. We're going to be trying out what looks to be a much better loadout for Cyclone in the 90s. That's going to cost a lot less money and do a lot more damage and be tankier. So today we won't really be playing this, we're just going to be leveling the campaign, maybe a little bit of campaign leveling tomorrow, because I'm starting kind of late today. But sometime, probably tomorrow night going into Sunday, I'll be testing out this loadout. It should be a far better 90s Cyclone and General's Cry setup. More damage, more tankiness, and way less investment in terms of gear to do so. So looking forward to trying this out this weekend. And if this is pretty successful, I'll be updating the main POBs, working towards hopefully what we'll be playing in 3.28. I've also not included any graphs in this loadout yet, so this has no graphs added to it. This has no graphs added. Feedback on that. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and make a character. And we're going to be doing this like a fresh league here, because it is a fresh league in a sense. Yeah, I was hoping for something besides freezing, to be honest. Like, you know, tornado would have been OP. Actually, let's make sure I have gems that I want. Blood and sand. Okay. Appreciate that, NDR. Yeah, I took a break from a bit. I got done with the league, and I've been playing some other games. A lot of work and the holidays and whatnot, so... But I suspect... that 3.28 is going to be out in the next, like, 4 to 6 weeks. So, starting to get back into it. Why don't you play PoE 2? Unfortunately, I did not see a lot of stuff in PoE 2 I like right now. I don't like that there's no life scaling in PoE 2. So I feel like you kind of still have to play Evasion, Energy Shield, right side of the tree. Yeah, there wasn't enough that was appealing to me about PoE 2 with the patch. There was no real in-game content updates. Yeah, the stuff that I want to do in PoE 2 either doesn't exist in the game right now, or they're still working on it. I just don't foresee me being much of a PoE 2 enjoyer until they add some more classes, some more weapon types. They fix life scaling in the game, which they have commented is something that is going to happen. It's just not in the game right now. I've played like a couple patches of PoE 2 where it's been like just constant evasion energy shield builds on the right side of the tree, and I'm just burnt out on it, to be honest. I did a couple life stacking builds, but they also nerfed that pretty heavy in 0.4, so... Like, when I say that, I mean like Blood Mage. You can't really life stack, it doesn't exist in the game on the left side of the tree, but you can play like Blood Mage. But then they nerfed a bunch of uniques and stuff for playing Blood Mage, so... I am a systems engineer. I build flight simulation technology that pilots train on. Yeah, it's pretty fun job. I enjoy it. I work with some pretty cool people. Do pretty cool things. Oh, okay. Well, hello. From the other side of the world.
I'll wash out this bulb now.
I live in the desert, but even out here, it's like it was like 35 degrees this morning. It was pretty cold, like really cold actually, for here. Yeah, I live in Vegas, so it can get up to like 120 in the summer, but sometimes in the winter out here, like today, it's like 35 when you wake up. Yeah, I live out in Las Vegas. The city of Sin. Sin City. Zed, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Thanks, Welly, for the follow. Much appreciated. It's probably my least favorite zone leveling is prison. Thanks for the subs, Ed. Appreciate it. Yeah, prison is definitely the slog for me. Hate this zone. I don't want to fight that guy. Typically, this is not the way to go. Typically. We want to go up here. Oh, that's nice. We can use that when we make our Sunder weapon at level 12. That's a super nice drop. And that's a sash we can use. Brother. Okay. All right. No life flasks, just the way I like it. I think I'm gonna burn a portal here actually. Check town. I'm playing the Pohx League right now, so this is just like essentially a reset of softcore keepers. I'm testing out some changes to my build. Well, I will be once I get to maps. The campaign stuff is pretty much going to be the same. And welcome, welcome, Elsie. I might die here. I kind of want to fight this guy because I can use Whispering for crafting, but cool. Yeah, just Keeper's League basically. Did it not? I hate that bug, like sometimes it just doesn't cast, it won't cast your, totem, even though you put it down. Need to get him to run. Oh wow, thanks Abandon for the 3-month sub, appreciate it. Would you recommend your build on Hardcore Solo Self-Found? Yeah, LC, I've played this on stream on Hardcore Solo Self-Found and Hardcore Trade multiple times. It's very SSF viable, and it's okay at Hardcore if you play it pretty safe. Until you get like stuff online. Was your first ever hardcore character? Yeah. Not having a 3-link right now is pretty tragic. I just didn't get the colors I needed from a vendor. Try to get him moving. Yeah, Exarch is my #1 enemy. 100%. Sometimes the damage isn't ramped quite fast enough and you miss the goal. Yeah, I gotta practice Exarch. I got pretty far on hardcore. Going to be watching your tutorials. What extra content do you recommend for the build, or is it just whatever? I was thinking Ritual since I just like the mechanic for SSF. I think Cyclone. I think Cyclone's really good at Ritual. I think it's also good at Expedition. I think it's good for Blight, but pretty much any build in the game can do Blight, especially when you use the ring strats. I think it's also really good at pretty much the only thing I don't recommend playing Cyclone with is Legion. It feels pretty bad with Legion because you don't have screen wide clear once you get everything going, so that can be unfortunate. I actually wouldn't mind playing this on hardcore right now, but I really don't want to farm the 1 or 2 uniques I need on SSF at the moment, again. And hardcore trade would be dead right now, so... I guess I could not play Tumult and just do regular Cyclone. Do a curse on hit ring. And it would be viable, but... Also not having a roomies is pretty rough until you get one, especially on hardcore. You gotta play it pretty safe. If you're doing hardcore, especially like hardcore SSF, I really recommend farming a roomies, like farm the cards for it, before you go and do your keystones, specifically Maven and Uber Eater. I would get a roomies before I do those. Kinda want that Jewelers. Alright, we gotta start looking for 3-link, and we gotta make our 2-hand weapon is our goal now, because we're gonna be swapping to Sunder pretty quickly here. I don't like having my 3 red link on my weapon, but we need a Jade Chopper anyways for our Sunder weapon coming out of Act 1. Unless I find another 3 red link, that's what we're going to use. We've got our Sash, and we've got a Whetstone, and we have this, so we can actually craft our weapon. It can, LC, but the best way to farm it is the Earth Drinker cards. They drop from like some of the desert tile maps. You can just farm the Earth Drinker cards and then use like Harvest Benchcraft to duplicate them, or just farm 5. And then it's a 50-50 between getting a Lion's Roar or getting the Rumi's Flask. Look at that. Look at that weapon we're about to use. Actually, I'm going to start using that now. We'll just do Chance to Bleed. And then we can move... Actually, we'll do this, because I can't swap out a Spectral until we get Sunder at 12. We'll just do that for now. We're going to use Leap Slam soon. Is my stash all messed up? Oh, it inherited from trade, so that's good. Alright. Alright, we're gonna start actually using Leap Slam over Dash. Should probably start doing these also so I can get a better graft. Did I get rid of my decoy totem? Or probably put it in. Yeah, Desert Spring are the maps. That sounds correct. So yeah, you just basically farm the Earth Drinker cards, and it's like a 50-50 when you do a turn-in that you're going to get a Roomies over a Lion's Roar. Should not have gotten rid of my decoy totem this early, but is what it is. So I gotta update my crafting guide on how to make the staff. I think with Recombination now, the play is actually to use Recombinator to get your prefixes, and then over essences. I think it's gonna save you money. Well, it definitely saves you money on trade, and I think it's gonna be easier than trying to spam essences and SSF. But it's still gonna cost you thousands and thousands of alterations because you're gonna have to make all your magic weapons, combine those, get those, right? And then you're going to have to go for the rare. So you're looking at several thousand alts versus several hundred essences. And I think the alterations will probably be easier to farm in SSF than doing the essences. I know from a cost perspective, it's 100% cheaper to go with the recombination method. I just haven't done an update on the making a staff yet. I have a crafting section on my website, and eventually, sometime before 3.28, I'm going to put my crafting guides up on there for a few items to include the endgame staff. So that's ready for the next league. Got a Guadazali mod, strength armor in the temple, but it has 4 other trash mods and 1 good armor mod. Should I recombine it to try to keep the max plus life and percent max life? I mean, I would YOLO it. I don't see why not. You're gonna want a better base to get a better armor value, but like Astral's nice because when you do like your end game craft, you're gonna be doing double conk influence, and you're not going to re-roll the implicit, so having the LE resist there is always good. Be right back. Alright, we'll go for the dexterity next. Still would like 3 red on something besides my weapon, but it is what it is. At this point, it's all fine. Oh, I should try to pick up some rings for Maryville. Double cold resist is actually insane. We'll take that. Take 2 double cold resist rings for now. And I'm going to sell the rest of these. We're going to pick up some better flasks. And then I think I'm going to go check out real quick if I can get a better graft. He almost died to Fairgraves on the Malkun map from Kirak. Didn't realize he dealt so much damage with his spectral throws. Yeah, spectral throws are kind of crazy how much damage they do. Oh, okay. I guess I'll take this. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's actually pretty good. Oh, did I? Yeah, I don't have an Orb of Transmutation. Ah. I can't get Sunder. I screwed that up. I have to farm real quick. Thanks, Captain, for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll just farm Graveyard real quick for some items, trade them in, get a Transmute, get Sunder, and then we'll be rolling. Forgot I needed to save one of those for Sunder. I'm all out of whack right now with playing Pee Wee 1. Doing optimized leveling. Orb of Chance. Not what I wanted, but okay. There we go. Yeah, I get a lot of enjoyment out of playing the game on my own, myself too. Figuring things out. Unless I got one in here. I do not. For beginner, there seems to be so much to focus on in the end game that it's kind of overwhelming. Like I want to do Ritual, Expedition, Delve, and Harvest, but you can't really focus on all of them. Yeah, so on my website I have, in particular, if you're interested in playing SSF, I do have this on my website. So I have my recommended SSF trees. So I'll show that off real quick. So under here on Atlas strategies, for like getting through SSF, I have a example Atlas tree for early map sustain, and then doing Blight for oils for your anointments, as well as Ritual for just getting just various things. So that's kind of like what I do for my first Atlas tree, and then for my second Atlas tree, I do Harvest, Essences, Harby, and Ores. Ores are really good. You can send off ships for a lot of resources. Essences for crafting. Harbies give you a lot of things like Fractured Orbs for crafting, as well as just various other currencies. And then Harvest is really good because the juice from Harvest is really good for just crafting gear in general, re-rolling stats on gear, things like that. And then I have a third Atlas tree I recommend, which is Destructive Play, and this is for generating a bunch of boss maps so you can get your fragments, so you can do your stones for your Atlas progression. And if you click on the image, it'll take you to the actual PoE planner, and you can take a look at the tree in detail. So yeah. Yeah, going forward, I'll be playing SSF every league. So I came up with those trees specifically, not only to help other people out, but also to help myself out. And then I do other different trees later on in the league for various things I want to do. But I find those three to be a really good combination for my first three trees. We can grab Sunder now, and we can get done with Act 1. Talk about the ring strat for Blight. What anoints do you run and what tower combinations? I love the mechanic, but my success rate is not as good in Blighted maps. Is it Freeze Meteor? Yes, you do the Freeze and the Meteor, and that will carry you through Blight and Blight Ravaged. You simply set up your towers with, a Freeze one on the front, a Meteor behind it, and then you do like the Empowering tower up to level 3 next to them to buff them. And then you just do combinations of that at choke points around the map. And yeah, it's pretty much you can just stand there and the map farms itself. I'll probably be doing some Blight farming this weekend, so it's pretty chill, pretty easy way to make money in this game. Alright, we got our Sunder. We're ready to rock and roll. You know, I've never played Flicker Strike. People have told me I should try it out. I think it would give me some motion sickness. I don't know how I would like bouncing around the screen that much. I would target it, but I mean, I wouldn't like bank on trying to get something useful out of it. I would just give it your best go in the Recombinator with another item and see what happens. Maybe you get lucky and you keep the mods. Is it gonna be up left or all the way to the right? Cool, it's this way. Can't wait till I have stun immunity. Oh gosh, I hit the frickin'... I hit the breach. Alright, let's see here. So there's two reasons your Cyclone's going to stop. Well, three reasons. One is you're going to run out of mana. One is you're going to get stunned. And the other one is you're going to get frozen. So those are like the three main things that will prevent you from spinning. You can also get chilled. So chilled will slow you down. So yeah, elemental ailment immunity is pretty important for making, you know, stun immunity, elemental ailment immunity are pretty important for Cyclone feeling pretty good. Alright, the goal now is to save up a couple alterations, so that way when we get to Act 3 we can do the Fizzcraft on our staff when we make our swap to GC and Cyclone. So in my current builds, we take obviously Unwavering Stance for the freeze stun immunity. And then we go for Storm Shroud with some jewels for elemental ailment immunity. However, I've made some changes to the post-campaign leveling, and we're going to be actually using Purity of Elements for our elemental ailment immunity and not using Storm Shroud anymore. And then obviously still picking up stun immunity from Unwavering. Yeah, we'll be picking up Unwavering Stance pretty soon here actually. Yeah, a friend and I, we worked on, well, they did a lot of edits on the POB, and I made a few tweaks, and we got basically the level 95 version, twice the damage and more tankiness without the use of graphs, and without the use needing like Storm Shroud and some various other expensive uniques to solve some of those problems. So I feel pretty good about that loadout now for the build. Essentially for like 5 to maybe 10 divines tops. It's like a 20 million DPS build with 150k EHP, 20k plus physical DPS. My SRS Guardian used Purity of Elements, and I thought that the aura is absolutely cracked. Yeah, it's gonna be really nice running that in the build now. It really helps with resistances, and also I'm just like running all around. What the hell am I doing right now? I need to find the road. And it also gives you that elemental ailment immunity. Who is the best player like in PoE? I'd probably say Ben. But I think that's all kind of like subjective. Like he's definitely the best racer, best like all around mechanical player, I think. But I'm a big fan of Mathel. I like Mathel's creativity with build design. and his ability to keep the game fresh with all the different things he comes up with. So I'm a big Mathel fan myself. I don't know about soon. I'm going to, what I'll probably do is if things look good this weekend, because I'm testing it out, right, with this character, if it feels good and plays good, then I'll rework my main POB to have that in there. I'll rework some of my leveling trees, and then I'll probably post it in my Discord for people to use. So if you're in my Discord, you'll probably see it in the next several days. And then I'll update it on my website too. So, yeah, if it works out, I'd say probably in the next 3 days to a week. I just got to test out some stuff and see how it goes. Yeah, I'm at 0 deaths. I was wondering, I couldn't remember if I died yet on this character or not. I haven't died yet. That's kind of nice, I guess. Easy breezy. What skills should I focus on quality? Do you recommend chilling in the Merc Lab for some time before starting maps? Pretty elements gives you 5% elemental resist at 20 quality. So this is what I recommend. The first thing you want to quality on my build is actually Assassin's Mark, because that gives you guaranteed power charges on single target, which is going to help you once you're running crit at the end of the campaign going into maps. If you're playing hardcore, I think doing Merc Lab, like chilling in Merc Lab is fine, especially if you want to farm like Ground Slam of Earth Shaking or Cyclone of Tumult. Although you're not going to use a Cyclone of Tumult until you get a Stampede Boots. But yeah, you definitely want to farm a Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, so I think that's worth doing in Lab and Merc. Plus you get like decent gear drops to try to get your resistance above the Act 10 penalty and whatnot. So... and I also, during the campaign, take, so here's the thing. If I'm running Purity of Elements now, I wonder if I should go for the extra skill point, or if I should go for, once again, the 15... I still think the plus 15 resistances is so good from Alira, in my opinion. I don't think the extra skill point is still better, in my opinion, than the plus 15 resistance. So I think I might still do that even with Purity of Elements. It's just going to make not having to worry about resistance stats on gear that much easier. It's kind of my gut instinct. I can change it later if I want to. We still use Shockwave in my build. In my current iteration of it, we use Shockwave all the way through, even in endgame. I am going to be testing out dropping Shockwave in my new POB. I drop Shockwave and I just run a pure Cyclone, and then the General's Cry 6 link as an additional damage support. General's Cry with Earth Shaking, Ground Slump of Earth Shaking, does a lot for our AoE clear. And so I think dropping Shockwave once you're in maps for just a better DPS gem. But I feel like for the campaign, Shockwave is the play for sure. Let's go this way. I'm doing it for this weekend, I think, Ray. I'm gonna take a little break from WoW. I think I'm still gonna level 1 or 2 characters on Remix over the weekend because I can knock that out in a few hours in the morning. But I was working with Chris actually on a major change to my Cyclone build once you get done with maps. It's twice the damage, more tankiness, and it gets rid of a lot of expensive uniques. So I want to test it out this weekend and see how good it actually feels. Yeah, basically, I can show you real quick on stream the idea. So my current, let me pause the game so I just don't get like killed while I'm doing this. Let me just do this right here. So this is the change to the POB that we came up with. So currently on the level 95 version, if you drop on the non-Abyssus version, right? If you get rid of the graphs, which we won't have after this league, my build's doing 14 million damage, and it has 15k physical max hit mitigation. It's also using a Storm Shroud, which is anywhere from 5 to 10 divines, right? So that's the current POB. The one that I'll be testing out this weekend. This has no graph slotted on it, has 20 mil DPS, 20k max fizz hit, and doesn't run a Storm Shroud. We actually run Purity of Elements. So more damage, more tank, save 5 to 10 divines, so the only thing you're spending is 1 or 2 divines on a Stampede. The Lethal Pride might be the other expensive component, depending on what this is like on trade. But you can probably find one that's like maybe 5 or 10% less damage that's significantly cheaper to slot here. So I'll be testing this out this weekend and seeing how this feels. That one was a cheap one? Okay. Well, you say that until I publicize the gem and then people, or the jewel, and people want to start using it, so we'll see. But yeah, that's the plan. We'll see how it goes. Should be interesting to test out. Crap. Let me pull up the POV real quick again. So essentially we're going for things like chance to deal double damage, increase melee damage, increase melee damage, increase melee damage, you know, things that you would expect to see. Increase fizz damage. Yeah. Plus 20 to fire resistance is really nice there too. Excuse me. I don't remember. Nah, nothing mandatory. Don't remember, do we use the Viridian Jewel with Mana Leech or something else? I remember the mana for channeling skills, but it's kind of hard to get quick on. No, we take points on the tree to deal with mana, and then we also grab Spirit of War, which gives us some Mana Leech here. Yeah, using regular Cyclone will be close to 0, and then with minus mana costs on rings and amulet, as well as Spirit of War and some other mana on the tree. Yeah, basically mana won't be an issue. Yeah, so I'll be curious to see how it feels. I think not using Shockwave will be fine. We'll be using General's Cry with Ground Slam of Earthshaking, so that's going to give us some nice clear. Especially like when you're mapping day 2, day 3, progressing. What I really like about this version of the build is we're not running Abyssus, so we're going to feel a lot tankier, and we're getting like an extra 6 million damage not having to run Abyssus. So it's like, for the fact that we're cutting out like so many divines from the starter version of the build, it's basically going to cost like maybe 5 divines, 7 at the top end. Yeah, basically getting rid of Abyssus, saving a ton of money, doing more damage, tankier. It should be really good. What am I doing here? I'm horrible at multitasking. Oh yeah, we gotta do the Ascendancy. Yeah, we used Ground Slam of Earthshaking on our General's Cry, and that just gives us a lot of extra damage and helps us with stragglers when we're mapping and things like that. I also started in year 2 and I'm doing as you do. I hope I am doing well, bro. If you follow my guide, you should be pretty okay. I kind of made it, I think, as easy to follow as possible. So hopefully you'll do well. Bruh. Generic melee things, good ones are always going to be expensive in that spot, yeah. Yeah, but the generic stuff should be pretty cheap. Usually there's plenty of those on the market. I don't know about Pohx League. I don't think I'm going to get the Lethal Pride. Well, maybe. Like, there's almost 20,000 people that signed up to play Pohx League, so I think the first week or so there'll be enough people playing that trade will have items right now in this private league for me to test things out. I think after a week, though, this league will probably start to die out. I think there's a lot of people playing right now, though, that didn't really want to play PoE 2, and they're happy to do a little bit more PoE 1s. There's always that. God, I need so many gems right now. Alright, let's go with Blood Rage. Actually still need a helm, funny enough. Alright, let me just double check some stuff. What should I be running right now? Yeah, I need my curse. I think Warbanner is actually Act 1. I don't have Pride yet, that's Act 3. Blood and Sand. Flesh and Stone should be right now. Let's grab that. I don't have enough currency. It says I have a Orb of Vault. What's going on, game? Do I not? Yeah, I don't. Okay. Whatever, game. Let's put Blood Rage here, this here. That's okay. Really enjoyed using your Cyclone build. It's my first time playing PoE, though I have swapped my build a bit for more single target DPS. Yeah, it's definitely good as a league starter, mid game farmer, and then you can pump the damage for a single target, but you definitely gotta tweak stuff. Depends on how much damage you want to go for, though. I mean, more damage is always better, but how do you usually craft your percent max life jewels, alts, regals, etc., or through the horror craft station? For the percent life, I typically do alt spam. The right answer is to craft of exile it, but I typically do just alt spam and then regal. Yeah, we're getting close to when I'm starting need to craft a new weapon here. Oh, I still gotta do, I always forget to do the skill point quest in Act 1, so I skip it. And do that real quick. Yeah, Chris did some crazy theory crafting. Yeah, Chris's final build, he sent me the POV stuff. It's pretty crazy. Actually, I might use this chain belt. The stats are... Oh, it's probably going to have crap on it. It's got some resist. Better than what I got. Alright, we'll go find a Lyra, do that, go do Weaver. Level am I 20? I think 21 is when I get this. 21 or 23, I forget, the axe in Act 2. I really didn't think too much about it, Elsie. I was basically trying to get tattoos, so I would just send to the tattoo ports, and I would send a lot of currency and stuff, or a lot of crops. I didn't really try to do a specific ship strat. I was just going for 3 to 5 million in value, so maybe I get some divines and trying to get tattoos. Because I was playing SSF, I wasn't really concerned with making money off of ships as opposed to getting tattoos. That freeze frame, dude. It's crazy. Yeah, I should have picked stun immunity. We're gonna take that next level. The stuns are nasty. Do I have an augment orb yet? I do. Imagine if I hit Fizz on this axe. That'd be kind of crazy. Oh, I need a 3 red to replace my weapon anyways. That's tragic. That's tragic. Armor-based helm. I might get lucky with a chrome. 1 chrome. Never lucky. Yeah, I didn't realize either, Ray, until he showed me his POB stuff. We're actually going to be using that in my revised level like 90 loadout that I'll be testing this weekend. Ray's like, I might be playing Cyclone next league. I'll be doing a crafting guide on the chest ray on my website before the next patch. But there's like plenty of YouTube tutorials out there for making a double conch chest. Yeah, I'm kind of torn because like I did SSF in this league. If I went trade, I could really push a build the way Chris did, and I could like show Cyclone at a really high level to people. So I'm torn about maybe doing that for the next league because I think that could be fun. Yeah, the graphs were insane DPS gains. It just depends. Sometimes they do a league where you don't really gain any power gain, you know? Like, as a character, it might be... Could be a crafting league for all we know. Those are always fun, right? Graphs did nothing for the cock, huh? Yeah, they were pretty insane for melee crit. Huh. That's a staff. It's not good enough for me to use in Act 3, but that is a staff. That is a staff. Yeah, 180 is still insane, Chris. And then, like, take into effect that if we have a league that gives us some kind of power gain, you know what I mean? So, but the fact that the graphs give you, like, almost double your DPS is fucking insane. It's, like, actually insane. I'm swapping to Cyclone in the next act, Elsie. So with my build, we swapped to Cyclone in Act 3. So I'm about to do the Act 2 boss. So it'll be in the next, like, 40 minutes or so. Maybe an hour. I'm not trying to level really efficiently or fast today. I did a full shift at work before stream. Normally I take a day off on, like, a league launch and start right when league launches and sleep right before, but I didn't do that today. I was working all day before this, so I'm leveling a little slow tonight. But yeah, Act 3 is when I usually swap over to Cyclone, so it's coming up here. The things we look for in Act 3 is we need a decent staff, and we need 2 3 links, one for our Cyclone and one for our General's Cry. I am a systems engineer. I build and like design flight simulators that pilots use for training. So it's a pretty cool job. I get to work with some pretty cool people. Impale ends up doing 30 million more DPS than Cyclone. Yeah, the Impale scaling is kind of crazy. Might craft this into a better axe if I can get a 3 red link before we swap to a staff, but we'll see. Usually I have a better axe at this point, at the end of Act 2. Here's our first dev. That's where having a decoy totem can be useful. Also, my lightning resistance is like 15%. I don't think I even, yeah, I didn't even bother to get a Bismuth flask. I'm just kind of chilling. Not playing safe at all. Hello, man. Lost my old Twitch account. Oh, dude, sorry to hear that, Ball. Welcome back. Oh, you tried posting a link, Chris, that I didn't whitelist. Should fix that. YouTube should be okay, right? I don't see an issue with YouTube. Yeah, I should make Chris a mod, honestly. What am I doing? Alright, Sunder's updated. That was the link that he tried posting in case you missed it. So keep in mind, Ray, like, I'll have my updated POB prior to League launch. So it'll have everything you need for just cruising through the campaign. And, like, it'll have probably this loadout that I'm testing this weekend for, like, very low investment, you know, T16 farming. And then you can just use that to build into what Chris has. And I'll probably be taking what Chris has come up with for his endgame stuff and also incorporating that into like a Giga endgame loadout in the POB too. So I'll have all that compiled sometime before League launch. Yeah, I mean, I did it on stream. So I keep in mind, Ray, like I had a build that probably did on SSF, right? Not on trade. I had a build that was probably doing like, I don't know, I want to say 1/8, maybe 1/7 the damage of Chris's build that he just gave you right there. And I was farming T17s and did a couple Uber Pinnacle bosses on SSF. So that just shows you like, you take it to trade and you do what he did. It's easy peasy. I might actually play trade next league because I kind of want to like push the build as far as it can go, and I can't do that on SSF. It just requires too much farm for time that I have. Is the hands is off next season? How to get Impale? We'll get Impale through other means, Ball, but yeah, you won't have like graphs in next league. It'll be a combination of taking points on the tree like this right here. Chance to Impale and increased Impale effect. Yep, playing the Pohx League, testing some stuff out. I have a slightly different version of the build for mapping that I'll be trying out this weekend. Started pretty late today. I had work before I was able to get on, so I'm about like, I don't know, 8 or 10 hours behind the league start, but it is what it is. Alright, I don't think I have... I've got an Alk Orb. I could make a good axe. I want to kind of save this though, so we'll just do... I don't have a whetstone though. It is unfortunate. Okay. I'm just going to put this in here for now. With this. just keep mapping or keep leveling. Alright. So yeah, basically when you get to Act 3, your plan is to look for a good staff base. Because we need two things in order to swap to Cyclone this act. We need a decent Fizz staff, so you're looking to craft something that's like on the very low end, 80 DPS, but ideally something like 1 or 120 physical DPS on a staff base. And then we want 2 3 links, one for our Cyclone and one for our General's Cry. So that is what we're working towards this act. And ideally you want a staff that has block attack as its implicit. It doesn't really matter this low level because we're going to be replacing staffs every 5 or 10 levels. But you always want to be looking for staffs that give you attack block over spell block for your base. Looks like the Ascendancy is up this way in the trial. Oh my gosh, what is with the lag? So Coiled Staff is a good base, actually. And there's a rare or magic one right there too. Coiled Staff is probably the base you want at this level range. Actually, it's on the low end. I forget I think it's Viper Staff is what you want. But Coiled is also okay. It's attack block, and if you get a decent Fizz roll on it, you can get like around 100 Fizz DPS starting out. Where am I going? Oh, it's all the way down this way. I can't talk and do stuff at the same time. This is what happens when I am brain dead at the end of the day. Alright, so I'm assuming Piety is going to be somewhere up here. Yeah. Alright, oh, I can ID. I was about to use Scrolls of Wisdom. I forgot we can just ID items now. Alright. Yeah, so this is garbage. Get rid of that. Yeah, this is just not good. So we'll keep this base. This will be our fallback right here. For right now. I'm gonna grab Pride. So we go unlock Cassia. I should have picked up precision too because we were we need precision. I'm just gonna do this, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Hey, there's our whetstone. We're gonna save that for probably our staff. Wonder if third platinum bust is gonna be up this way, or if it's all the way down below. Be tragic if it's all the way down below, not up here. Nice. Nope, just run into the blades. Good job. Okay, I appreciate it, Young. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Ooh, leech life. That's nasty. Alright, full plate. That chest, though, I might be able to recolor that if I can get a chrome to what I need. 3 jeweler's orbs? Yikes. Gotta love the league start situation. I don't like TL, right? TL? What's TL? Torchlight? I don't think I've ever seriously played Torchlight. Just got my last PC part, I can finally start building and hopefully play the restart if there are spots available. I'm pretty sure GGG is going to increase it if it caps. It's just good for them to have players come back to the game, right? So I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. I didn't check though to see when I signed up. It was kind of late. I signed up today, and it was like 15,000 out of the 20,000 people had signed up to play. Yeah, we don't really want a long staff. Coiled staff. So this is the one you want. No, sorry. This is the lower version one. I think it's Viper. 3 red. Do we have 3 red? Alright. We'll probably use this chest, and if I'm lucky, I'll get a chrome. Hit 3 red on it. Yeah, it was like... I think I signed up when I got home today, right before I made the character. So there's at least like 4,000 to 5,000 spots left when I signed up, and that was like 2-3 hours ago. Yeah, I need a better weapon at this point. And also... what's my hit at? Because it's pretty bad. Chance to hit, 80%, yeah. I should go pick up a precision from Act 1. I have a different version of the build that I'll be playing in maps. It should be less expensive to put together, and it does more damage and has more defense without the use of graphs. For like around level 90. So that's what I'm testing out this weekend. If it works out, I'm going to be updating my main POB and just rolling that into the 3.28 updates. Would be really crazy if I could get the tornado graph. That would be super duper. I got the monster from Heck here. That's fun. Yeah, I know a lot of people want to go faster. That's fine, and there's ways to build Cyclone without using Cyclone of Tumult. You don't have to do my build's take on it. But I'm still playing Cyclone of Tumult in my iteration. You'd have to play regular Cyclone and do like stuff like that if you want to be faster. Start taking the accuracy, I guess. It is what I like about my build. It is tanky. Once you get all the pieces together, at least. Yeah, Tumult does so much damage. The problem, Chris, is people want to fly through maps like at Super Saiyan speed. So, they don't like playing Cyclone of Tumult. They want to move faster than, like, the speed of light in this game. See you in a bit, Young. Thanks for stopping by. I will be leveling for quite a bit today. I have my own loop filter, yeah. Just basically, it's basically like the never sync, but it has it has like staffs for when you're leveling. It's highlighted and things like that for the build. Yeah, I might do that when I go through the POBs. Lots of orbs of chances today. Somebody's already level 94. That's actually insane. I mean, I started super late today, but that's crazy. That's crazy fast. That's impressive fast. That's ID items. Oh, yeah. Three chromes. Alright, moment of truth. Can wear the chest in one level. Do I hit 3 red? Yo, let's go. Alright. I believe. I'm beginning to believe. Can I hit 3 red on this helm? Oh my gosh. We have our 3-link. Our 2-3 links. So now we just need to unlock Ciosa, and then we can, at the very worst, we'll craft this coiled staff into our starter weapon. Why is level 94 considered a milestone? I see this number a lot in guides. Because most players are never going to get past level 94 or 95. So a lot of build makers will set like the end game trees for a lot of loadouts at that range, because the XP increase to go past 95 to 100 is exponentially high, and the average player is never going to get above like level 95. So making a build guide that's dependent on having like all your points on a level 100 tree is kind of unrealistic. Yeah, 95 is where a lot of people plateau because they start to die a lot doing harder content, and the XP loss is greater than the XP gain, unless they're playing it safe and they're just specifically trying to grind out XP. Alright, this is actually pretty good. If I can get a decent staff base, we'll be able to make our weapon, and I'll be able to swap to Cyclone as soon as we can unlock Ciosa. So we're getting very close here. Now the dream would be if I get a Regal Orb, because if I get a Regal Orb, I could craft a really nice weapon. That would be the dream. But how lucky am I going to be tonight is the question. I did help Alira. Yeah, I take the 15%. I just think it's really good value for what you're getting. Alright, that'll help us with our int requirement for our staff. We can go ahead and put our better chest on now. We'll put Leap Slam, faster attacks over here. And let's see here. Drop Blood Rage right now. I'd rather have my curse. Okay. So here's where you have to make a decision. Like, Royal Staff is not bad. It's block spell damage, but it doesn't matter this low level. What I like is it's a higher item level base, so that it has a higher flat fizz damage. I'm going to take this just in case we don't get a better staff from vendor or drop for us to craft for our transition. Is Sand Stance even worth it? In the guide, we take this int node here, so I'll be able to, Chris. I just haven't picked it up yet. I usually wait till I do the respec, because I don't need it right now. Where was I gonna go? Yeah, let's go Monastery real quick. Talk to this person. And effectively not be able to do anything. Let's unlock this. Okay. Alright. Very, very close. Very close. I think I'm actually going to unlock Ciosa first so that we can just make this swap over to Cyclone. Still using an Act 1 weapon is kind of rough right now. But we'll be fixing that soon. We're going to go from having like a 45 PDPS weapon to like over 100. Be pretty good. Yikes, dude. It's latency tonight. Probably just foul side area. Do we need to use some Betrayal for the Aileron recipe for minus mana cost or channeling skills? Yes, you do. You either can get it on trade from another player, or you're gonna have to unlock it with Betrayal. Well, you don't have to do Betrayal anymore for the recipes. I'm sorry. It's by completing maps. I forget what map it was in this league. I think it's Orchard, level 13 or 14, tier 14. One of the two gives the Aileron recipe. I forgot they changed this so you don't have to do Betrayal anymore. Alright. I have two choices here. Well, I only really have one choice. I think the play is going to be, since I don't have I have one whetstone. Do I have enough alterations to do benchcraft recipe is the question. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just do benchcrafts, 49%. Oh, did I do the coiled instead of the... I'm an idiot. I didn't do it on the frickin' royal staff. I'm so tired right now. So I have to farm up some more alterations. Yeah, I want to use this one. Orchard map 14? Yeah. Man, I gotta pay attention. I'm out of it tonight, guys. Alright, so... Yeah, I really don't want to use that other staff. I mean, we can to start out with, actually. It's just not going to be great. But Geno's Cry will help us out to a degree. We'll just use it. So we got to pick up a few gems from Siosa. So let's go do that. Alright. So in the POB, I recommend using, when you make the swap to Cyclone, I recommend using Shockwave and Melee Fizz, but I'm actually going to use Fortify and Melee Fizz to start out with, because I like... Fortify and Shockwave to start out with, because I like having Fortify early on. It just makes me feel tanky. So we get that free gem, and then we'll also get Shockwave. And then we're going to need General's Cry and Auto Exertion for our GC setup, which I don't have an Auto Orb. So I need 2 Orbs of Alt for GC. Alright. We can be farming for a minute. So not quite ready to make the swap yet. We have those things ready for it. Yeah, because we're going to want to get GC, Auto Exert, and then we'll put Sunder on that. Yeah, so we just got to farm up some stuff. Alright, so what I want to do here, I guess we could go farm a little bit of docks. Can you play it with no... Yeah, you just, you're going to be playing... If you're on SSF, you're not going to be using Cyclone of Tumult. You're going to be using regular Cyclone, and you can get regular Cyclone to 0 mana cost with just the skill tree. It's in my POB. You don't need to have the ring crafts, like the Aileron craft. You need the Aileron craft for when you go to Cyclone of Tumult. But if you're playing SSF, it's going to be a while before you do that, so you'll be using regular Cyclone for a minute. Yeah, so like, if you look at my POB here, at like, say, the level 77 tree, you're going to see Cyclones at 0 cost. Well, it's kind of hard to see maybe on the stream, but my Cyclone's at 0 cost, and that's because we pick up the Spirit of War cluster here. We also go into Cannibalistic Rite, as well as this Mana Mystery. Well, it's when you swap to Cyclone of Tumult. You're going to use the recipe on your jewelry, and then you'll be able to. You're not going to be able to respec out of those points. You still need the points on the tree. So if you want to play Cyclone of Tumult with it's not 0 mana, but it's basically 3 mana, so it feels like 0. You still use these points on the tree later on. I'm farming up some magic and rare items that I can vendor for alts. I need some orbs of alteration to buy the gems I need so I can swap to Cyclone and General's Cry. And also just gaining a few levels real quick. Well, this is a Royal Staff. This might actually ID to something useful. If we get lucky, that might be the staff we use. But I need like 2 orbs of alteration so I can buy a General's Cry gem and an auto exertion gem. And then I can make the swap over to Cyclone and GC. I could just finish out the act as this, but let's see what we get here. No bueno. But we got our 2 orbs of alteration, so that works. Alright. Let's go pick up our 2 gems. General's Cry. Auto exertion. Alright, so there's several things we're going to do here. We're going to put our General's Cry and Auto Exert on with Sunder. We're going to grab our staff that we'll use for right now. We're going to put our Shockwave in with... For right now we'll do Melee Fizz and... oh, I don't have my Cyclone yet. I totally forgot I don't have the Cyclone gem yet. I don't think I get that until I complete a quest. I gotta kill the General to get Cyclone. And I actually need 2 red and a green. I'm so out of it tonight. That's so funny. 2 red and a green. We could do faster attack, Cyclone, and let's put Melee Fizz back on here. We gotta kill General real quick, so we'll do Sunder, Melee Fizz, and Ruthless. And we can just do like faster attacks with Cyclone and Shockwave for right now, and then when we get the colors we need, we can figure it out. What's up, Prod? Been a minute. I won't know until I get to maps. The new Cyclone build idea stuff is going to be post campaign. So it's pretty much the same stuff right now. Let's go kill General real quick. Pride back on. Leap Slam. Yeah, I forgot to kill General before we can get our Cyclone. Oh, because I have it on, what? General's Cry? Yeah, we don't want that. Let's do this. Okay. There we go. What is with these lag spikes? Holy moly. I'd have to regenerate this zone. That's crazy. Alright. Alright. Now we get Cyclone, now we can swap. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. Alright, and then we need to figure out Leap and Slam, Blood Sand, and Pride for right now. Oh, I can use Fortify. Yeah, but I need 2 red and a green. Okay. Put these away. No, that's not gonna work. Armor energy shield boots, but I can't get any reds. It's crazy. I guess yikes. It's rough right now with gear. Guess I'll take these. I gotta hit level 31. I think we'll play without our auras for a minute, and we'll put those 2 in once we get there. Alright. Oh, we gotta respec too. I think I'll leave that as is for now. So let's see. I want Cyclone here. That's fine. Leap Slam can go there for now. We also need a Frostblink. Worry about that. Let's see what our damage feels like real quick, actually. Okay, it's not too bad. I need to pick up a Desecrate too for when we're bossing. This is okay. What is the mana cost of Cyclone right now? 3 mana? Okay. So typically the play that I do to help with mana, I don't know what is going on with my latency tonight. Typically the play that I do to help with mana is I go for the leech here. Because the instant leech basically solves mana for us. So my next couple points, I'll go into Cannibalistic Rite. Actually, regenerate 5 mana a second might do it for me, now that I think about it. I need the dex from that. I think if I pick up 5 mana regen, that actually might balance it out right now. With a 3-link cost, essentially. Alright, yeah, damage isn't too bad. And we'll get our auras on in a little bit. Okay. Right, this. Alright. Let's go ahead and finish up. We gotta grab the trial in this zone, and then we go do Dominus. And then I gotta just remember to get a Desecrate before I go do Dominus. Ooh, spicy. Oh, I didn't do Piety. Rip. That's funny. Let's go do Piety. Six socket and a chaos orb. Yikes. Yeah, I gotta pick up Frostblink and Desecrate before we do Piety. I'll probably get next Waystone and then do that. I gotta remember, as soon as I have 4 alts, I gotta recraft my staff and make the better one. It's always crazy how good it feels once you get Cyclone online. And it just gets better and better. Oh yeah, it's like incredibly small, like its initial size. And that's why the General's Cry really shines when you swap, doing them both at the same time, because it really helps you with like picking out those stragglers. So I think regenerate 5 mana a second is going to solve my mana problems right now. As long as I'm hitting something, we'll find out. Oh, every staff is ugly? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we'll put some MTX on soon. White staff? I usually use the Apollyon set because I like how it goes with the MTX or Shockwave, personally. You're a big fan of the black and white, yeah. We want to go this way. Not this way. Alright, so we're gonna go pick up a Desecrate and a Frostblink real quick, and then we'll come back. Kill Piety. The Necrolord MTX. Alright, let's go take a look. Let's see here. Let's ID all this stuff. Sharknado, the best spin to win? Yeah, the Sharknado is pretty OP. I usually use it with the Apollyon set myself. Alright, so we want Desecrate. And we need a Frostblink for right now. Those are the major things. What else do I need? I need a steel skin also. Just grab everything I need now that I can. And that's about it, really, honestly. Alright. These colors, man. These are grim, grim days ahead of us right now. Alright. What can I get for boots? Here we go, Vile Staff. Vile Staff is the one that you ideally want to get. I might have enough alts to be able to just craft on this. But we already have a decent staff. Right now, I'm just trying to get my right colors for my links going. But I'm chrome starved at the moment. I don't even have a red socket that I can use for steel skin. I'm gonna have to put, or desecrate. I'm gonna have to... I don't think I'm gonna need to worry about curse right now. And then just for frostblink and stuff. Yeah, I need desecrate so I can do bosses. Breach Tree, I don't know if it's going core or not. If it goes core, they're probably going to change it because it's too good right now. Alright. Yeah, having curse would be ideal, but it's not make or break right now. Alright, we can go do Dominus. And then next point I'll put into intellect. We can put the better staff on. It'll be good. Alright, so we're at a point now where we're just going to cruise the rest of the campaign. We'll be hopefully improving our gear. But, like, the basis of the build is online, right? At least for the longest time, which is Cyclone and GC. Once you're at this point, you're pretty much playing the build like this for the rest of the game. Forget where am I? Oh, there it is. Okay, I was wondering how long I've been streaming. Yeah, I've been pretty slow leveling this campaign. This is probably the least efficient I've been leveling a character in a minute. Really curious, what do you say PoE is about? What is the goal? The goal is whatever you want it to be. For most people, it's like get better gear, do more damage. But for me personally, it's when I was playing SSF this current league, it was, you know, complete the Atlas, do T17s, kill some Uber Pinnacle bosses. That was kind of like the goals I set for myself. For some people, it's doing all the challenges for the league. For some people, it's making as much money as they can on trade. So it just depends on what excites you about playing an action RPG. I really wanted to see how far I could go on SSF last league, and I went pretty far. I was pretty happy with my progress. Yeah, see, that's a better staff, but my goal is about buy a Mage Blood and fly in maps. Yeah, that's a lot of people's goal is to get a Mage Blood. It's fair. I do have an open prefix on this. What can I craft? Or before I do that, I need sockets. If I can't get sockets on this thing, can I get 4? Might be as good as it gets. Alright, so that's already better than what I'm currently using. Can I craft something on this? Nice. Alright, so that's the kind of weapon you'd like to have ending Act 3 when you make your transition to Cyclone. Pretty good damage for starter weapon. Two mana, nice. Alright, back to it. I've seen like 4 or 5 orbs of chances today. That's kind of crazy, actually. Kind of crazy. Not bad damage. Yeah, I'm gonna say our damage is pretty good, guys. Pretty good. I have 2 chance orbs and I'm only level 9. Yeah, they seem to be dropping like crazy, right? Pretty easy, guys. Pretty easy. I can change my rings now, too. My resistances are still absolutely tragic. We gotta get on that. We're also gonna need a bleed flask or an Act 4 now. That's when it starts. The comfiness of spin to win. How I've missed you. was hoping for divine, but rip. Even chromes at this point would be preferred. Alright. Now what I need is some movement speed boots. Movement speed boots. Gotta find Deseret. We like to get the blacksmith's whetstone. Very nice. Yeah, movement speed boots would be pretty clutch right now. Orb of Binding, that's pretty huge. I should go look at bases once I get the next waypoint, because maybe I get lucky with a 4-link. Start running Fortify maybe on Cyclone. We can actually use this because we can do something interesting here. We can go Cyclone, Shockwave, Fortify and Infuse Channeling. Fortify and Infuse Channeling. We just got super tanky. Let's get it from Ciosa. Is it Act 2? Let me go check real quick, because it'd be leveled if I buy it there. And this is why we do library. We get it from the man, the myth, the legend. It's probably Act 3, but... Nah, I don't know why I didn't see it in Act 1, but I could have sworn it was an Act 1 gem. It might not be available to do list. Might be only Witch and some other int based. Alright, so we got that going. Sweet. Yeah, it is a very low level. I guess it's just one of those things like you gotta be a hybrid int or int based class to have access to it. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the Fortress Breach stuff. You know, ironically, my favorite of the Breach mechanics is just old school Breach. Like, you step into it and it expands out, kill all the mobs. I will not be sad when the Breach stuff is gone too. When you do Ritual, do you defer everything and then reroll, or have a session when you only buy items with the help of the immutable Dogma node? Or do you just do whatever? When I'm playing SSF, I'm normally looking for things that are either gear upgrades or usually currency. I kind of like... don't really have a strategy with Ritual. Ritual is more like, it's just fun. Like, it's a fun mechanic to do. Typically, when I'm farming money, if I'm playing trade and doing mechanics, I would do, like, sell Harvest Juice. I would do Blight and just sell the raw currency and the oils, and the Blight uniques and things like that. But with Ritual, it's typically like, I just go do the Ritual. When I get to the end of the map, I look and see, and if I don't usually defer unless something is super rare and going to be, you know, valuable, and I can't afford it, right? So I got to defer it until I can. Yeah, I just kind of YOLO it. I just kind of like, don't put too much thought into Ritual. I'm sure there's some optimized farming strats for it, but I usually do it like, when I'm also farming, another strategy. And it's just something I do while I'm mapping. I guess we'll come back, grab this stuff in a second. Blue, red, and a blue. I think we're gonna use this. I'm so tight on chromes right now. 65 life and 25 resistance. Yeah. I might be able to run automation on this. I'd have to get lucky with a fusing. Yeah, that works. I don't know if I have automation yet, but oh well. Doesn't really matter if I can get automation yet. Alright, so we just gotta figure out curse somehow. Okay, I'll go to Act 3 then. One point left. Actually... Okay. Let's go pick up automation real quick. I may have enough mana to do this. What point roughly do you transition from the unwavering vision tree to the second one? You talking about for Atlas? Yeah. So I would probably swap off of the first tree once you have your 2 void stones, and the reason you want to do that is you'll get the 50% and then you can kind of drop out of some of the map percentage. Like typically I take once you have your first 2 void stones, then all you really need is these 2 wheels over here to get to 100%, and I don't really go in the middle anymore for percentage. Yeah, we're gravy. Cool. Probably go do lab here too once I kill this dude. What maps do you favor for your Cyclone builds? As I understand, first the desert ones for the Rumi's flats or something like that. Yeah, I would go for the ones for Rumi's first, once you can start favoring. And then it depends. If you're not doing destructive play, I basically pick a map I want to run that isn't going to annoy me. So I really like Strand or maps like that. Like Silo is also another really good one. I like the toxic wasteful or waste maps are pretty good because their Cyclone covers the whole area. Maps like that. If I'm doing destructive play, I'll typically do the silo strategy where I just run silo over and over, don't kill the actual boss, and farm maps off the other ones. But sometimes in SSF there'll be like another card I want to farm for something, and then I just favor that map. It just depends. Or I transfer the card. So usually like whatever, I forget which map drops Apothecary this league, but moving that over to something like Strand is something I'll do. Yeah, you're not going to use Scarabs in the first tree. They're also not necessary. Your goal with the first tree is to get 2 Void Stones, not to run juice maps or anything like that. Yeah, that sounds right. I don't think I think it took me a long time to get Seer on Defiled Cathedral, if I remember correctly. Yeah, beach is another good map. Beach is pretty good. Yeah, the scry grind is real. The scry grind is real. I missed a lever. Missed a lever. Mage Blood is just really good because it allows you to use flasks to solve a lot of problems with a build. You can basically get all your defenses, resistances, and a bunch of speed from flasks with a Mage Blood, which frees up your gear to be like all damage. So that's why it's really sought after by a lot of players. It's just a belt that makes any build better because you know you can use 4 flasks to solve a lot of gearing issues and just basically go all damage on your gear. Should have grabbed a ground slam. Rip. Oh well. Decoy totem it is. Oh shit, we got it, guys. What are the odds? What are the odds? It's that easy, right? It's that easy. It's that easy. It's just that easy, guys. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make a cup of coffee real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and get my MTX squared away, and then we'll get back to leveling. Thanks, Elsie. Yeah, done with the Sunder. Done with this. Let's clean up my stash real quick too. We don't need these low-level staffs anymore, or weapons. We'll keep that. Alright guys, I'll be right back in just a second. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee real quick. Alright, so now we gotta pick out our MTX. So, Celestial Ground Slam effect and Celestial Warcry. We might just go all Celestial on this one. Let's see, where's my Cyclone? Celestial. Maybe we go Breach themed, since it's still Breach League. I have a Keurig, so I do a little cup of coffee whenever I want one. I really don't like the Keurig chess piece, or the Keurig chess piece, the Breach chess piece. Man, I am out of it today. But that looks sick. Yeah, I think we'll do the Grand Verdant. Yeah, the base staff model doesn't look bad. If I tried to use any of this stuff, eh. Oh, that looks kind of sick. It's like a crook. What's up, Napper? That looks goofy. Look at your gear and why is your DPS shit? I mean, I can take a look at it, yeah. That looks ridiculous. That looks kind of sick. Maybe we do something like this. I'm being manipulated. All right. I don't know if I really like the Celestial with that though. What other Cyclone effects do I have? I don't know if I have anything that's gonna look good with this. Like blue's not gonna look good. Ooh, Dark Shard maybe. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, we can take a look at it once I get to Act 5. Are you playing Chains of Command still? Need a bleed flask too at some point. Should probably try to roll one. I think I have enough to possibly get one. Oh, you went eviscerate. Okay. Are you playing like something like Glad? Eviscerate Glad with the block? Are you playing Retaliation also? Did you ever get the unique for Chains of Command, or did you just give up on it? Just copy peeps, yeah. Bad rolls. That sucks. That is unfortunate. See how we do on Piety. They need to get a curse on my setup. So you don't lose XP, yeah. Alright, typically the mini bosses are scarier than the actual boss here, so we'll see how this goes. Chromie. Oh, what item is that, Napper? 600 divines? That's crazy, dude. Alright. Figure it out once I look at the gear. Maybe. I forgot to do my portal for the MTX. Okay. I think here we'll take... I don't think there's actually anything good here for the build, if I remember correctly. We'll just take increased AoE. This doesn't matter. Another orbit chance. What's new? Making changes? What's up, B-boy? Yeah, so my plan is I've made some changes to the post-campaign loadouts in terms of like the level 95-ish gear set. Essentially less investment in terms of currency, more damage, more tank, and that's including losing graphs after this league. So I'm testing it out this weekend. If it goes well, I'll be updating the main build and posting it in the Discord. Basically, it won't be as much damage as the Abyssus loadout, but I can show you in a nutshell. So here's the level 95 non-Abyssus, right? If you uncheck the graphs, you're at 14 million DPS with 15k max fizz hit. The tentative build that I'm working on. No, I'm probably going to take it after Act 5. The tentative POB is around level 95. This is 20 million damage without graphs, with 20k max fizz hit, not running Abyssus. And instead of using Storm Shroud with 2 jewels for the elemental ailment immunity, this actually uses Purity of Elements. So it'll cost less money for the gear. You get like 6 million more damage on the non-Abyssus, and you get an extra 5k fizz mitigation. So that's what I'm testing out this weekend. Yeah, so basically we save anywhere from 5 to 10 divines on the Storm Shroud, You gain an additional 5k max hit. You gain 6 million DPS, and you don't have to wear Abyssus. And that's like probably that gear set on that POB is probably like for most like decent gamers, like probably like a day or 2 or 3 realistic gear on a league start. And then if it goes well this weekend, then I will scale out the higher loadouts off of that concept. My friend who did a lot of work on that, he actually has a build that is his final build on the league right now is like 300 million plus DPS with graphs, or just shy of 200 without the graphs. And that will be in the POB at some point too. Dude, you have like insane gear for SSF. It's actually crazy. So you're playing... See, the problem is, Napper, I'm not too familiar with what you're doing here. Because when I've played Eviscerate in the past, I've done it as a gladiator going block based and playing the bottom side of the tree with retaliation. So this is a different thing. So you're just what, just using Ignite? It's basically like a dot. This is basically a dot build, right? And you're just scaling Ignite damage. You're trying. Oh, Heralds, okay. But I mean, like, but your damage source is like Ignite, right? That's your. I gotta open this up in POB. Take a look at it. But I mean, like, the primary dot damage is going to be Ignite. Yeah. So it's like, you're at like 13 million Ignite damage. Yeah, like, dot cap is like 35, right? It's like 32 or 35 million dot damage is the cap before, like, it just doesn't scale anymore. So I guess, like, yeah. I think part of your problem is because you're maximizing block. Obviously. I mean, you gain another 2 million dot damage if you drop the block and ES here and go more damage here. I feel like you're at a point where you're going to have to start sacrificing defense for damage, if that's what you're trying to do. Sometimes that's how block builds go. Like, you've got so much invested in the block that yeah, this doesn't calculate because Eviscerate's not a spell, it's an attack skill. Yeah, I feel like your biggest source of damage increase is probably taking this cluster up here. Like, this is pretty good. Oh, interesting. Were you talking about this one up here that I just spec'd him into? Arcane Surge right here. It's gotta be, you gotta be referring to this one, right? Yeah, I would use that LC for a while. Eventually you want the attack block, but that's fine for now. Yeah, I feel like this 3-point value obviously is better than these 4 points. I mean, it's like 2.2 versus 2.6. Either way, you're gaining almost 2 million damage for 3 points right there. The mastery is really nice too. Actually, you want to take that mastery for the extra fire exposure. How are you exposing right now? Is it on your gloves? Yeah, so you have exposure on gloves. I would take these 4 points. That's going to net you almost 3 million dot damage right there. I mean, it's kind of tragic to say it, but you can lose some spell block. Like, I'd be giving up some of the block for more damage, because I think that's the path you have to be at right now. But if you gave up Arcane Guarding and Safeguard, and you went into these 2 dot clusters, you're going to gain like 5 million dot damage right there. So if your priority is you want more damage, in turn you're basically sacrificing about 15%. Well, you have 86 block right now, right? So your attack block is blocking. Your spell block gets lowered a bit. It goes from 75 down to 61, so it's not great, but still it's 61% spell block. It's not terrible. But like, you're at a point where you're going to have to give up something on your passive tree to gain damage with passive points if that's what you want. And you get a lot from that. Because you have this Thread of Hope here, You could also put a point here and get some spell block without needing to be connected to the tree. You could actually grab these two right here. So that puts you at... No, it keeps you at 61%, yeah. So you'd grab these two. You can actually grab this one right here also. So this gets you to 66%. Yeah, I feel like you have to go for the fire, right? You got to take these two. And you definitely want this. A lot of times you come over here and you also go for growth and decay. But you can get these 3 points here without being connected to the tree. And get this, and you're still at 99 right now. If you respect this from what you have to what I have here, you gain 5 million dot damage. And you lose 10% spell block. That's the trade-off. You're giving up 10% spell block for 5 million dot damage. I would probably do it. Do you recommend picking up the 4 Labyrinth Atlas passes if I need to farm the gems in quality? Picking up the 4 Labyrinth Atlas passives. I would say probably not, Elsie. Oh, I forgot to look at what you were talking about. Your Precious. If it's some Foulborn shit, I'm not gonna know because I didn't really play trade for Foulborn this league. So I'm not sure how good these Foulborn uniques are. Is it a Foulborn? Is that what it is? It's the unnatural. This is worth 600 divines. Oh, it's unallocated notable passive skills and radius. That's crazy. Yeah, but that's what I would do, Napper. I would drop Safeguard and Arcane Guarding, and I would go into the Fire Dot. I'd go into the regular Dot. And you can actually keep 3 of those spell blocks right there because of your Thread of Hope. Alright, let's get back to it. Yeah, in my mind, like, it sucks going from like 77% spell block down to 66, but if you, I mean, that's 5 million dot damage. If your priority is trying to get dot capped, I think 10%, losing 10% spell block is worth, especially since your attack block, which is what Eviscerate is, right? It's an attacks, it's a, yeah. You can kill Ubers with this thing, yeah. Let's actually go to Monastery real quick and see. What are these terrible graphs, dude? Yikes. Yeah, losing like roughly 10% spell block for 5 million dot damage, I don't really see an argument there. One seems clearly better than the other. He was probably trying to take advantage of the shield, I think, right? Because Fallen lets you get pretty high block, so you feel kind of incentivized to really scale the block when you've got the shield. So you can get that, like, almost 90-90. Am I not able to jump down here? What is happening? It's the Gladiator Lucky Block that the shield gives you. Lucky Block, basically, roll twice. Oh, what's the block here? Keystone near the Templar start? Is there a block one near the Templar start? Oh yeah, Glancing Blows. Yeah, that shit's garbage. It's okay if you've got a ton of life recovery or energy shield recovery, but if you don't, that's a bait. Fallen's not bad. It's gonna increase. I mean, you have really high attack block right now. That's good. Like, Fallen's great on a retaliation build. Like using Eviscerate. I would keep this Fallen. I mean, Aegis is also really good. I would run the numbers because, like, Aegis gives you that energy shield recovery, so it could be better. And you're still going to probably be capped at 65, 65. Or maybe up to 75, 75, depending on how much investment you have on the tree. Yeah, but are they using like an Aegis or something for the recovery to offset the negative of Glancing Blows? Like, do the sorry, cap is 75 if you're not using a Fallen. Are they using like Aegis with the Keystone? Because I imagine that's what they're doing. You need some form of recovery if you're going to use Glancing Blows. Otherwise, you're just not, the blocking doesn't matter because you're taking so much more damage. Or I guess I should say, like, usually when I see people run Glancing Blows, yeah, they're doing Aegis. That makes sense. Yeah, you could do that, Napper. You could run Aegis and Glancing Blows. That might be better. And then you get the ES recovery. And you can probably actually drop some more block points from the tree. Oh, Surrender? Yeah, Surrender's another good one. Been trying to copy your Cyclone build. I matched your defense, but I can't get my DPS up to your level. Could be your weapon. Weapon's a huge source. It sounds like kind of obvious, but the weapon's actually critical for melee builds. Speaking of which, I need to go look at staffs at the vendor, because we're in Act 5 now. It's been almost 10 levels. That's not terrible, but depending on what kind of content you're doing, that might be too low, yeah. I could see that. There we go. We want that military staff. Military staff. Can I get 4 sockets, game? Oh, dude. Dude, the game loves me. Alright, so let's see. We definitely want to... I don't have a Regal Orb. We can alt this. I think we benchcraft it and just aug it. Roll with it. So this is 139. Alright, let's think about this. The benefit of doing the vendor craft, though, is... Well, I'm not going to get back a... I don't have a Regal. Yeah, it's still worth. Fire damage is trash. Alright. It's 180, so we'll take it. Poacher's Mark, I got my curse back. Let's go. Ooh, my lightning resist is tragically low. I don't think... Damn, dude. I can't do anything on any of my gear for lightning resistance. Whoop. Yeah, it's why I don't check frenzy charges in my POV, because we have no way to generate them on single target. But if you quality your Assassin's Mark, you should be able to get power charges. What's my hit chance at? That's 100% still, it's not bad. I don't think I'm going to go for Resolute Technique on this character. I might try to squeeze into Precision, though, if we're going to stay... Oh, what I need to do is pick up the Mastery on that. That'll fix my accuracy for a long time. And I can craft my Bleed Flask soon. Yeah, I played Soul Rest Cyclone back in the day. It was like a couple years ago. I'm not sure how well it holds up today with the current meta and scaling of everything. Alright. 5% instant leech. Let's go. The unique was? How'd they buff it? Oh, that's insane buffed, yeah. I'd be curious to see. I hate bosses with phases. That's still a pretty big buff to the unique. Worst boss in the game. It's just bosses with phases are so annoying. You know, it's like, I think if your build does enough damage, you should be able to skip through the phases. Yeah, the truth is, like, a lot of stuff in this game is good as a league start. I think there's this misconception people have, like, oh, if my build doesn't do, like, 80 million DPS, it can't be a league start build. And I don't think people understand what the term league start actually means. Isn't Soul Rest like a pretty common... Well, I didn't look at the build because there might be other uniques it's using, right? There might be, if it's like heavily unique dependent, then yeah, I wouldn't classify that as a league starter. That's true. Do I just do the whetstone plus sash recipe for my 5-link staff and augment it after since it's a placeholder weapon? That's probably what I would do. If you're lucky enough to have a regal, you can do that and then regal it, and if you get super lucky and have an open prefix, you can benchcraft on, you know, added flat fizz. That's probably what I would do. The only thing I think that would be expensive there, or not expensive but annoying, is getting the coloring on the triads, because you'd have to do the benchcraft shenanigans, and that's going to require a lot of chromes. And like day 1 or 2, you might not have all those chromes. But honestly, those uniques are very common. Those like 3 uniques are super common, so I'd say that's a league starter build. It may be that you're leveling, you know, generic minions until you can fully swap over to it like day 2 or something, but I feel like I could get all 3 of those uniques and have it all built like day 2 easily. Just be blasting. We might be referring to the same thing, Chris, if you're talking about using the benchcraft to change the number of sockets to get the colors. It should just auto-accept it, Z, unless you did something weird with the link, and then you're waiting for someone to approve you. Well, yeah, that's fair, Chris. I'm tired. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be playing tonight. I unfortunately did work before stream, and I'm pretty tired. My brain's kind of like jello right now. Yeah, something weird happened, and someone from like Pohx or someone of his mods or somebody might have to approve you then. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go to Act 6 and then do the other half quickly tomorrow morning when I'm actually rested and ready to go. I think Chris will be able to get most of this online fairly quickly tomorrow, because we're talking about I mean, I should be able to look it up. I don't think any will be on the market yet, but if we look at market panel, yeah, none yet. That's fine though. Yeah, tomorrow will probably be a long stream. Yeah. But I mean, I really don't need those 2 items. They're big DPS increases. But I don't think I'll see. Stampede will probably be on the market tomorrow. It just depends on the number, right? So like on a league start, there's like a couple 100,000 people playing. Right now there's like maybe 10 to 15,000 people playing this. So I think we'll see some of the uniques over the weekend. I just don't know how quickly they're going to appear on the market. Yeah, I think one of the things I'm going to want to update in the POB is just not even going Resolute Technique anymore. I think you just take the Eagle Eye cluster early and just never have to worry about hit, essentially. I'm not even using precision right now and I'm hit capped. Actually, let's refund that. I want to go for life. Yeah, I just added the mastery right now at like 48, and it's gonna keep me like hit capped without any issue for quite a while. Probably through most of the campaign, to be honest, if not all of it. Yeah, I remember seeing you mention it in Discord. I just wanted to test it out. Yeah, like changing Molten Shell over to Steel Skin, getting rid of Resolute Technique. Those are some of the few things I've noticed on this run so far. I missed it. Be nice when I get Mark on hit soon in Act 6. Yeah. Yeah, desert's pretty legit. Alright, let's go knock out Katava, and yeah. I'll be streaming everything this weekend, Elsie. So tomorrow I'm probably going to do a few things in the morning, and then I'll probably be doing a long stream session tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be finishing the campaign, and it'll be probably getting all the way through yellow maps. And then I would imagine Sunday I'll be in T16s and doing random stuff. And at that point, I'll have tested out the new loadout for my build and have a good idea of how it feels. I'll probably be done with the Atlas by Sunday and just doing some T16 farms or whatever. But yeah, I'll be streaming it. I typically do everything on stream. I really don't play off stream when I'm playing these characters. How do you stick with one build all the time? I'm the type of person where if I like something, I just keep doing it until I don't like it. I actually played Skelly Mages in PoE for like 3 or 4 years, and that was all I played. That's actually how Napper first met me. He was my first like viewer when I was streaming, and it's because he was playing skeleton builds and I was playing skeleton builds. But yeah, I tend to find something I like, and part of it for me is like, because I know my build so well, I don't have to think too much about how I'm going to progress it or what I'm going to do. A lot of that's in the back of my head, just muscle memory, and so I can focus on other things. Yeah, I'm like the complete opposite. Like, I still play World of Warcraft, I play like one character. I do like trying out other builds, so like I don't always stream the other stuff I play in a league. So I'd say in a given league I try 3 to 5 builds out. But what I mostly stream is this, or whatever, like, you know, my thing is. If I ever come up with another build that's as good as this, and I feel is as like new player friendly, and something that I can actually like solidly recommend to people, I would promote it. But a lot of my other builds are a bit more mechanically convoluted or require like lots of uniques or things I wouldn't want to recommend holistically to people. So oh, you quit a mop, yeah. Yeah, I still play retail, but I don't play it very seriously. I'm one of those like completionist players. I like to do all that kind of stuff. But yeah, guys, I think I'm going to quit here. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to try to very quickly get through the second half of the campaign and then just get into maps. It shouldn't take me long because I'll actually be fully awake and functioning. But yeah, I need to get some sleep for a couple hours and reset myself. I got a monk healer into raid tier and really got burnt out by that point. Yeah. I just raid for fun now. I don't take it too seriously. But yeah, good night everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow.